need to record. Well, we are back. So, last time when we left off, we were working on getting ready for the Elite Four. And since that's happened, I have looked at it, and I've got a general strategy for the Elite Four that we're going to go over in a bit. But there are a couple of things we need to take care of. So I have made the call as to which Pokemon... Hold on. There we go. As to which Pokemon we're going to be taking into the Elite Four. And it is going to be... these 6 Pokemon. So everyone here, you're at Raihan in your sword playthrough with only 2 rolls of Deadmons. Ouch. But yeah, good luck with Raihan. He is easily the hardest gym leader in that game in basically every run. But yeah. We've got these 6 Pokemon. Each of them fulfills a particular role for what I've got planned here. So, starting with Pendra. Pendra's role is pretty straightforward. It's the exact same role that she's been filling this entire run. It is the move Baton Pass. Specifically, there are some really terrifying, hard-hitting Pokemon that move really fast in the Elite Four, and we're actually a little bit short of speed on most of our team. So, Baton Passing Agility will be an early move in a lot of our battles. Sully forms a similarly supportive role, but with a slightly different strategy. Sully will actually help us get a couple of turns for Pendra to set up safely. Between Yawn and Encore, we can do that. And Sully also fulfills the role of one of our main physical tanks, which is pretty important in this, because a couple of the scariest Pokemon in this Elite Four are strong physical attackers. Hang on. Al is going to be around specifically for ice and water coverage, first of all, and then just a generally useful pivoting type along with its high special defense. It'll make it able to take hits. Which will be important because as a water type, Al has some very useful resistances for this Elite Four, especially if we need to pivot around the fire type member, Malva, who is by far the most dangerous for us. Leyu is here for obvious reasons. Apart from being a bulky Pokemon that hits hard and having only a single type weakness, Leyu is pretty much critical for taking down the champion's Gardevoir. So we really need Leyu around to be able to sponge up Psychic and then fire off a really powerful Poison Jab. And that's practically all Leyu is here for, actually, because surprisingly there aren't many Pokemon carrying Psychic coverage in this Elite Four. Ollie. Ollie is actually going to be our core offensive Pokemon for the Elite Four, for reasons that'll go into a little bit later on. But the main reason is that Ollie is the only special attacker we have with certain key coverage options, as well as the ability to boost special attack with growth, which makes me really glad that we've kept Ollie and the move growth around this long. And then finally Desi. It was a toss-up between whether we would be keeping Desi around or switching in Peeves for this final thing, because we did sort of have an open team slot as far as crucial roles go. But in the end, I decided that since Desi has been such a core Pokemon in this run and has carried us through so much, that it would just be wrong not to bring her along. So we're going into... So Desi will be rounding out our team for the Elite Four. Obviously, she's a fast pivot with chip damage thanks to U-turn, and acrobatic spam is a fantastic move. We'll also be able to drop Air Cutter and Fly, allowing us to make use of a couple of extra options, including, I'm thinking Roost is a given for Desi, which means she'll be able to do some damage sponging, which will be good because there's likely at least one fight where we'll need Desi to soak up some hits. I'm trying to think what else we need to talk about here, but the main thing to be aware of right now is that those 6 Pokemon are going to be the core of our team going into the Elite Four. And I have some more detailed strategies for them individually, but there are a couple of things I want to take care of beforehand. Specifically, there is one TM that we still need to get. And for this TM, I am going to be reinstating Nuzlocke rules. If you recall, we temporarily suspended those last go around just for the purpose of grinding a bit faster. But because this is actually going to be a somewhat dangerous... We actually have to get through a fairly dangerous matchup before we can finish this up. I'm temporarily reinstating them again because it wouldn't seem fair to me to just ignore deaths in this match. Which is why we're going into it with a team of largely throwaway Pokemon. And 2 HM slaves, one of which I'm actually going... Well, hang on. We do have one more thing to do here in Corway Town, because I can't actually remember if we've already done it. We have not. Okay, we got the TM for Rock Slide. That's actually quite useful. There's a good chance we're going to make use of that. I don't know why I'm healing again. But now we are going to go... Oh, that's fun. Yeah, having your bulldoze disabled is a problem there. Oh. Well, at least you aren't facing the fire types under the sun anymore. Yeah, those 3 weather battles can be a bit awkward. Depending on your rule set, there's always a chance that those actually turn out a bit harder than Raihan. Sorry, I'm just touching up our move set real quick. Okay, about the same attack and special attack. Oh, you went for a physical attack against the Turtonator? Honestly, in my experience, it's best to just completely ignore the Turtonator. Oh, jeez. Until you take out the other Pokemon, as long as you've got one Pokemon that's a decent target for Shell Trap, the Turtonator will spam Shell Trap, which makes it really abusable. Wait, that Turtonator doesn't have Shell Trap? Okay, now I just feel like I'm going crazy, but oh well. Huh. I mean, I'm fully prepared to believe you. Why do I keep healing? Everything on my team is at full strength. Oh, there was something I am forgetting. We need to snag wide lens and move it on to Peeves, and then we'll back to Highlight. Yeah, Pupitar's cute. Obviously it gets overshadowed a bit by Larvitar and Tyranitar, but the whole line is honestly pretty good. Okay, now we should be ready enough for the one dangerous battle coming up. See, this one battle is one that y'all might recall I have been avoiding for a while now. There's a trainer in here who we need to get past if we want the Shadow Ball TM. Trouble being, they have a team full of Graveler, all of which I believe have Sturdy. And I believe it's that guy you can see on the screen right there. So hang on a sec while I pull up the details. Unfortunately, for some reason, Cerebi doesn't have full move sets on everyone the way I'd like. Okay, so it looks like one of the three Graveler does not have Sturdy. His lead Graveler seems to have Rockhead. Then there's a Graveler with Sturdy, and finally a Graveler with Bulldoze. Or a Golem with Sturdy. I don't know why I said Bulldoze. It does have Bulldoze, but it looks like if I can take care of the Graveler in the front with Smackdown, then Peeves should be immune to everything in the back. So before we get into the fight, I'm going to switch, I think her name is Penny, up front. Yeah, Penny. Of course you didn't accidentally kill Theazuro. You killed it on purpose, clearly. Oh, I forgot to evolve Penny. Oh well, it doesn't really matter too much. Energy Ball should still be a pretty safe one-shot. And now, if my information is correct, everything in the back should be incapable of damaging Peeves. So now Peeves should be clear to Will-O-Wisp to break Sturdy, and Shadow Ball for the kill. And Will-O-Wisp to break Sturdy. Yeah, and they can't touch us. So we Shadow Ball for the probably kill. Okay, it was a kill. Oh, it was on Porpoise? So it died to a Lapras then. Yes, I know that was a weak joke. Okay, so now we should hypothetically be pretty safe going through the rest of the cave. We got a Heat Rock, which might actually be useful given the strategies that I'm workshopping for the Elite Four. Because I don't know if we already had one. Oh, hello. This guy has a Rhydon. I'm concerned, so let's see what that Rhydon has in its moveset. Chip Away, Takedown, Hammer Arm, Drill Run. Okay, so normal, fighting, ground. I am immune to everything it's carrying. Oh. Hi, Ariados. There's that sneeze. It actually was to a Lapras. I was just joking. I didn't realize the porpoise joke was the porpoise comment was intentional. Oh. Okay, I love this guy. I don't know if y'all saw, but he just asked, "Did you see the hiker on the bridge? He's been running back and forth for the last couple of days. I wonder if he's alright." This guy is great. He actually questioned the video game logic. Hiker Bergen has a Boldore with sturdy and a couple of rock moves. So I think we should actually be okay. Wait. What's his second Pokemon? And a Steelix with sturdy and crunch, which is absolutely terrifying. So we're going to Wisp this. And there's a reason that I put the zoom lens on. It was to deal with Will-O-Wisp's shaky accuracy. Shadow Ball. Okay, we brought down that. Now the Steelix has Crunch, which we're baiting. We're going to switch in Penny. Oh, and it got a crit and killed us. Well, that at least gives us a safe switch into Lotta, who can surf for some damage. Oh, hey. Jeez, this AI is so freaking random. It should have gone for Dig there. Well, sorry, Penny. You did actually help, even if it's hard to see it. Wait, did that not get us... Is this not the right way to go? 'Cause if this isn't the right way to go, I'm actually going to be really pissed. Yeah. Thinking you're up against a different Pokemon than you are. Like, it's tricky. It's really frustrating to be in that situation. Okay, what do the trainers on this floor have? That's a Throw and a Conkeldurr. Slam, Bulldoze, Storm Throw, Rock Slide. Might be a good idea for me to teach Peeves Psychic. And then a Toxicroak and a Sock. Okay. Where is there? Peeves, take back the Eviolite. we're going to teach you... I never went back for the Psychic TM. Okay. Okay, so you're getting some late game encounters and a couple of useful TMs. That's good. From what I recall, I should be trying to go generally southwest. By that I mean from what I recall from the website. But I didn't read all of it because I'm lazy, but... Okay, so we dodged the battle girl. That is an annoying nature for the Sharpedo. Okay, so it looks like this battle girl is the opponent that we need to worry about. She's got a Medicham and a Hawlucha. I think we should be able to clear the Medicham literally just by firing off a Shadow Ball. We've got like a 12 level advantage on it. And then Hawlucha isn't carrying anything all that threatening. Honestly, I'm just gonna go for it. I think we've got this pretty handily. Shadow Ball. Okay, there's the one shot like I thought. And then Hawlucha, we'll start with a Will-O-Wisp. Yeah, okay, we're totally safe at this point. Why did I hit Shadow Ball instead of Thunderbolt? So we can grab the elixir. Not that big a deal, but what's down and to the right should make things worthwhile. Oh. The main thing I would say to remember is that in most Nuzlockes, your nature really won't matter that much. like the natures on your Pokemon. It'll come up from time to time, and it'll be frustrating when it gets in the way, but it's usually not a run-ending issue. Is it down? It's down there. Okay, there is the TM that we came here for, and I just walked into another drop-down encounter. Yeah, I mean, that does happen, and it is really annoying. But it is only a 10% change in stats, which means you can typically still work around it. And this may not be the most common thing to hear, but Sharpedo's speed isn't actually that good. It's rough that, oh, hang on one sec. It's rough that you got stuck with that, but it honestly was never going to be as good as you want it to. Like, Sharpedo's got, I think, like 85 or 90 base speed. Which means you're still getting outsped by a lot of the stuff that you would be up against. Yeah, and I get that. Sharpedo is a cool Pokemon. It's just... it's one with frustratingly low survivability. Which means if you're using permadeath rules, it's gonna be hard-pressed to actually hold out. Like, a lot of resisted attacks will one-shot Carvanha and Sharpedo. I would rather have, for a Nuzlocke at least, I would rather have a Crawdon any day. Except in Hoenn, where Carvanha is actually pretty well placed to be a sufficiently fast Ice Beamer for the Dragon Elite Four. But ice coverage isn't quite as critical into Galar's Elite Four, well, into Galar's final tournament, as some other things are. Penny, thank you for your sacrifice. You've earned your place in the miasma. Now, the current plan is that we're going to get the Pokemon that we're planning to take to the Elite Four, load them into the team. Hang on, it'll be faster if I click through this. We're going to get these 6 Pokemon up to speed. And in the process, we're going to hunt down... we're going to make sure that we have any critical items that we need. Specifically, I want to make sure that I've got enough type resist berries for everything coming up. So, for example, I'd really like to have a spare Yachi Berry, I think. But I'm going to double check if I need it, because right now we've only got one. So, I'm just skimming through the Elite Force teams. One ice move. Okay, there are only 2 Pokemon with ice moves in the Elite Four, but I am probably still going to try and pick up an extra Yachi Berry. Let's see. Let's take a look at our berries. We have 2 Chillin' Berries. That should be more than enough for any potential normal coverage. But Beery, we don't need to worry about super effective steel moves. Do we have any Pokemon that are weak to Dark that we're taking in? No. Okay, so Colbur doesn't matter. Kasib doesn't matter. Chardy, we've got plenty. Tanga doesn't matter. Paiapa, we've got plenty. Koba. How many flying type moves are there that we might encounter? So that could be another good reason for going back to Route 17. So obviously there's Malva's Talonflame. Nothing in Seabold. Nothing in Wickstrom. Drasna has Noivern. That might actually be pretty useful there. Nothing in Diantha, so one more Koba Berry could also be good. Got plenty of Shuka. Don't need Kebia, don't need Chople. Got one Yachi. Don't need Rindo. I don't think we really need Wakan. We've got 2 Pokemon that are weak to electric moves, but not much electric coverage. Let's see, there's the electric coverage on Malva's Pyroar, so we could potentially use a Chople there. Nothing on Seabold. There's electric coverage on Wickstrom, but it's on his Probopass, so I'm not actually worried. There is electric coverage on Drasna's Dragalge and a couple of Diantha's Pokemon. Can we pick up Wakan berries somewhere? We can. From yellow trees on routes 8, 13, and 19. Okay. That might be important. Those are our stat adjustment berries. We got everything except special defense. And unfortunately, we never got any more of the pinch berries. I was distracted the last couple of weeks and didn't think to farm them. So it looks like the only things we might want to go out of our way to pick up are more Koba and Yachi berries back on Route 17, and some Wakan berries on, we'll probably go with Route 8 or something. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Okay. That's Route 8, so yeah, let's hit up Ambret. We're specifically looking for yellow berry trees here. That might be a yellow berry tree back there. Shuka. Okay, there's another. Okay, that's a Wakan. I think I'll try and pick up 2 more Wakan berries. Then we'll head to Route 17 to hunt for Yachi and Chilin. Or Yachi and Koba berries. Once we've got these berries, we'll be pretty set. So while we're doing this, I might take a minute and explain a little bit of my strategy. The main couple of things we'll need to do after this are going to be at the move tutor. Because we want to pick up a few moves that we've either forgotten or never actually used. The most important move in the list is going to be the move Weather Ball, which Ollie can learn. Weather Ball is pretty much central to my plans for taking on Wickstrom and his steel types. Specifically, his Scizor is seriously problematic, but a fire type Weather Ball would make it a cakewalk. Especially if I happen to be carrying, or especially if I feel like I had an end for that sentence, but I can't remember what it was, so never mind. It's an Aspair. Come on, just a couple more Wakans, please. Chardy. Weather Ball will be important into the Steel Elite Four, the Grass, or the Fire Elite Four, and potentially the Dragon Elite Four. And the reason I'm putting so much focus on what Ollie can do is because Ollie can learn Ollie knows growth, which gives me an option for boosting my special attack, which is something that literally the entirety of the rest of my team lacks. Without an option for boosting special attack, any sweeps would have to be done by our physical attackers, and our physical attackers don't line up quite as well into this Elite Four. Shuka again, come on, I don't need Shuka berries. Well, I mean, they're useful, but I've already got enough. Yeah, Flygon's never the most dangerous Pokemon in Raihan's team. Its moveset just isn't as dangerous as it could be. It has Thunder Punch, but you've got a team full of water types. Something is going to have ice coverage, as you just noticed. If you have a wide lens, though, probably best to put it on Barraskewda, because otherwise Flygon has a really good chance of taking out Barraskewda if you hit that 5% miss. So yeah, Weather Ball on Roserade will provide some really useful coverage into a lot of the Elite Four. And Roserade has a couple of other useful coverage options like Shadow Ball and Dazzling Gleam. And of course Grass for the water type Elite Four. It's funny, in most runs, Seabold is the most dangerous member of the Elite Four. In this run, I'm fairly certain he's the easiest. I don't like hunting for background objects. That's why I've mostly done it off stream, so y'all don't have to watch it. Because it's not the most engaging content. You know what? That's enough. That's enough hunting for background objects. Or, well, that's enough hunting for Wakan berries that we might well not use. I am going to hunt for Koba and Yachi berries that there's at least a decent chance we might use. Yeah, the talking can be fun, but it really would be more fun to talk with something interesting going on. And make no mistake, I genuinely like the background objects mechanic. I think it's a really unique way of getting items. There are ways that it could be improved, like making a wider variety of move sets, or moves that can actually beat it, or that can actually take advantage of it, but it's a nice concept. Okay, I got a Koba Berry. As soon as I get a Yachi Berry, we'll have our supplies. And then we can just go and train and get the movesets we want. Oh, a burned Duraludon is a much better form of Duraludon. Absolutely. Do you mind giving me a Yachi Berry there, tree? Yes, okay, there's our Yachi Berry. Oh, I forgot. Mamoswine can't leave. I was just trying to take the Mamoswine, which is weird because it's not a poison type. It wouldn't have fit on my team. Okay, first things first. Desi, if you would be willing to fly us to the Pokemon League. This is the reason I suspend the Nuzlocke rules for this portion. Just because I really want to save time by training against Pokemon here in Victory Road rather than weaker stuff that I could do perfectly safely. Okay, that was 1100. Hang on. Okay, yeah, Desi is by far the closest to hitting the level cap. Yeah, and see, this is why. Because there was a really good chance that that just straight up killed. Which would have been an absolutely devastating way to lose one of my main Pokemon. I think that should actually be... yeah, that's just enough training for Desi. So, we're not going to use Desi again until we actually go into the Elite Four. What we can do is use this as an excuse to get some experience on some Pokemon that we're not actually going to use. 'Cause why not? For example, Amanita is going to level up once and learn Spore, and that'll be kind of cool. Yeah, Duraludon becomes a lot less problematic as soon as it's burned. Now Toxapeck and Skarmy can clean up Gigalith and Duraludon. I'm surprised you haven't actually already taken care of Gigalith. I always find it pretty problematic. Maybe that's just me. Huh. Well, hey, if it's the least problematic Pokemon for your lineup, then yeah, it's the one you leave. What is this AI even doing? It's going for Rock Smash. Yeah, you definitely don't need to worry about that. There's nothing to worry about there, really. So I'm curious, did you let the sandstorm go, or did you have something set up Rain Dance right off the bat to deal with it? Yeah, it's always tricky deciding whether it's worth the time to get rid of Rain Dance, or to get rid of the sandstorm. Yeah, Goliathopod is... I've never used one, but from what I understand, it's surprisingly useful as long as you play smart around its ability. Doesn't hurt that first impression is just a phenomenal move. These guys aren't worth enough experience. Okay, Leiu's getting a bit closer. Yeah, her Scrafty can be surprisingly problematic. If you don't have some spare fairy coverage on the team, it's just a really fast way to die. So, this is probably a stupid question, but can I double check who the Pringles man is? Oh, yeah, Jellison. Got it. See, now, while it is true that nature is rarely that impactful, I've gotta say, I am genuinely feeling the fact that Al has a minus special attack nature. Because it's become apparent through this playthrough that I can't rely on Al quite as much as I'd like to for taking out a lot of the dangerous Pokemon that it has the coverage for. Because it just falls... Oh, that wasn't what I meant to do. Yeah. And it would be one thing if it wasn't... if I wasn't so dependent on Al's coverage. But Al has access to water and ice coverage, and that's unique for it among my team members. Sorry, gotta check something. Yeah, that's one thing. You know, there are many different people who play Pokemon for many different reasons, but we all appreciate Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy does some important stuff for our teams. See, I'm torn on my view of how Sword and Shield handled the evil team. Because on the one hand, it was definitely one of the more believable evil teams, at least in the sense that it's a greedy corporation. Like, if that's not realism, I don't know what is. But on the other hand, it really did feel like they were just shoehorned in at the end. In the grand scheme of things, I feel like Sword and Shield has the same issue that a lot of fan-made Pokemon games have. In the sense that it tries to make the Pokemon world more realistic. Which is completely unnecessary. And genuinely a bad idea. Like, Pokemon doesn't need to make sense. That's not why we're here. We're here to engage in gladiatorial combat with our magical piles of sludge and various bugs and leaves. That's why we play. So it really does get a little bit funny when they decide, you know what? Oh, I didn't realize you were holding a Pineapple Berry. It really does get a little ridiculous when they decide to go out of their way to make a Pokemon game start making sense. Like, I genuinely think that the Galar Pokemon League makes the most sense out of any Pokemon League in the franchise. That said, I don't particularly like the structure of the Galar Pokemon League. It's not something I'm especially interested in worrying about. I liked the classic. Hang on. Okay, Ollie's still got a ways to go. Yeah. It's just, at a certain point, first of all, I think fans need to accept the fact that Pokemon isn't going to make sense. Second of all, I think we need Nintendo to accept the fact that trying to make Pokemon make sense isn't the right way to go. And if those two things can happen, then all of a sudden we actually have a somewhat workable system. Oh, that was a lag spike in the old emulator. Okay, we've got a fire moving coming. Obviously, this one's for Al. But, like, it genuinely both made sense and bothered me when we were going through the game and everything was hitting the fan in the Pokemon world. You know, people were going crazy. Monsters were Dynamaxing in random locations, the whole 9 yards. And the champion showed up and said, "Don't worry about it, you guys keep doing what you're doing, this is my job." Like, it's so much more realistic when the game goes out of its way to say, "No, the adults will handle this, you keep going about your fun adventure." At the same time, that realism isn't satisfying. Okay. Bruce, with all due respect for your opinion that Black and White has a good story, your opinion is wrong. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept people claiming that Black and White has a good story. I have played it too many times recently to actually be convinced there. Compared to other Pokemon games, it might have a better story than average. But even that's a bit of a stretch. If we're talking realistic story, then I would actually say go back to Generation 1 when a greedy corporation, again, is trying to steal Pokemon and abuse them and take advantage of them for their own purposes. But I refuse to accept claims that Black and White has a good story after reading the dialogue of the scene in the Dream Yard, where the two dudes are just kicking a Musharna. Or a Muna. And maybe I put too much emphasis on that because it's maybe I put too much emphasis on that because I played through that a couple hundred times while I was trying to do a grass type only Nuzlocke of that game. Oh. I meant to Swords Dance first. And I've only actually finished the game like twice, but the evil team is just so freaking heavy-handed. I cannot accept the suggestion that the story is good when I've read how it's handled. Yeah, that last route in Sword is weird. Or are you talking about the preliminary tournament? Oh, he's wireless. And again, that's why we've got the run temporarily suspended. So that I can recklessly train up against these Pokemon for actually decent quantities of experience without having to say, well, I just lost a critical Pokemon. You know, I've never actually been quite sure if the speed up mode has an influence on how fast time passes in game. Because for the most part, I think time is based on my system clock, but then there are times when it seems to go from day to night to day really fast. Yeah. That last route is actually pretty dangerous. The permanent hail messes with you in much the same way that it does with the final red fight in Gold and Silver and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Okay, Leu's at 65. How close is Ollie? 5,000 experience. Yeah. There are some very talky points of Sword and Shield. Just got jump scared by a Glalie. You know, I'm genuinely surprised that I haven't found a good time to use like a toxic spike strategy in basically the entire run through this game. Pendra wants to learn Mega Horn. You know what, Pendra? Go ahead and forget Rock Smash. It won't be sticking around for long, but we'll let you learn Mega Horn. Okay, Ollie is at about 3,000 away. Going to challenge another trainer right away just because, well, that would probably push Ollie over the edge. You know, I will say, while I didn't really like the idea of Mega Evolutions when they were invented, Glalie is definitely one of the Pokemon that got pretty shafted by the removal of Megas. Bruce, let me ask you this though. Where else would you find a rock Pokemon except on an ice route? Like, if we're being realistic here, nowhere else really makes sense. Like, I can't think of anywhere that I would expect a giant rock unicorn to be, other than on a route with perpetual hail. You know, one thing that I've wondered a couple of times? There are multiple places, like there are multiple victory roads in Pokemon where you encounter, like, trainer teams that are specifically, like, that are explicitly into double battles. And it does make me wonder if there's, like, a double battles Pokemon Elite Four. Like, can you choose to not do the normal Elite Four and instead do the Double Battles Elite Four and take on the Double Battles champions? These are the real questions here. Hang on, I want to make sure I'm not... Okay, Leyu and Al both still have a decent space of time. Yeah, see, we don't question what Rhydon can and can't do. Rhydon is its own thing, and the more we just accept that we'll never fully understand that, the easier our lives will be. Okay, there's a reason that I switched into Al there. Even though it would probably have been a smarter idea to switch into Leyu. I wanted to get a gauge on how much damage a Talonflame would be doing to Al. Because there's a Talonflame in the Elite Four, and it is easily the scariest thing in there. Like, I am genuinely terrified. I don't have a plan for the Talonflame outside of some vague get an agility baton passed to something. So knowing how much damage it does, knowing how much damage this Talonflame does is useful information. Oh, and we broke the rock back there. And we found a damp rock. That's nice. Well, you know yourself. Natures and whatnot. Honestly, I don't know much of what the trainers on that route have, simply because some of them actually have some scary teams when I look at them, and I just generally find it best to avoid as many of them as possible. Get to the final city and then fly back to an easier location to train up for stuff. Okay, so Pendra is probably going to be the next one to hit to get close to the level cap. Hi, Ranger Petra. Crap. Okay, so we're going to do something that seems dumb here. Yeah, we're going to switch in Pendra. And we're just going to start clicking Swords Dance and let this thing take us out. There's a reason for that. Pendra is on the verge of the level cap. And while I can manage to ignore other things as far as the level cap goes, I can't unlevel Pendra. Okay, now that that's taken care of, Al, you go ahead. Sure, Hannah, go ahead and evolve. We're probably never going to use you, so there's really no reason not to let you evolve. No, we're definitely never going to use you. I've already decided which Pokemon I'm taking into the Elite Four. Okay, that is such a weird visual glitch. Okay, it's not a visual glitch, it's just trying to generate one of those shadows in an awkward location. Okay, how close are the rest of you? So Sully has another level to go. Leyu is at the cat. Leyu needs to be switched out as well. Al has some space as well. Okay. So no more battles until I swap out the team. So, Pendra, Leyu, both of you will swap. So once we clean up, once we get our Pokemon that we need to the level cap, we'll be able to make some more progress. And then I'll be able to run through the details of my plan for the Elite Four. And we'll take a minute to talk about it then, because obviously the plan going into the Elite Four is important. With that said, I strongly advise against being like me when prepping for the Elite Four, because I have a really nasty habit of stalling out right before the Elite Four, just getting basically decision anxiety, and not being able to decide how I want to tackle them. And that is an excellent way to waste a lot of time. You just posted your current box? Yeah, let me take a look. Oh, that is the wrong Discord. There we go. Nice. See, if you want to really get cheeky with it, you should totally use Cramorant into the final stage. No, Cramorant is actually... I think Cramorant is a really fun design as far as Pokemon that came out of Generation 8 go, and Generation 8 has a lot of really cool Pokemon that it's introduced. Like, in the grand scheme of things, I'm a big fan of the Pokemon that Generation 8 has added to the game. Phoebe wants to learn Poison Jab. You know what, Phoebe? Yes, you can learn Poison Jab. I could have taught it to you through TM, but I really just didn't think of that. Okay. So Al is only 1,300 away from the level up. Our way back toward the Pokemon League. And you know what? While we're on our way there, we will Sludge Bomb our way through this girder. You're giving yourself one last shot at Lapras. That's fair, honestly. Lapras is a cool Pokemon. Lapras is a bit of a classic. Like, I feel like it had a more complex design than a lot of Gen 1 Pokemon for some reason. Oh, hi, Skarmory. I actually completely forgot that you were in this game. You know, it's funny, getting close to the end of a Nuzlocke like this always makes me start thinking about other Nuzlockes. Which is funny because I already know, I think, two Pokemon runs that I would like to do. But with that said, I am going to take a little minute before I do another Pokemon game, just because, despite what my name implies, I'm not a Pokemon streamer. I like Pokemon games a lot. There's a reason I've played so many of them so many times. But I don't really want to brand myself that way. And aside from that, I've got a lot of different games that I want to try. When I do, at some point, probably a few months down the line, decide to do another Pokemon run, I've got two main ideas in mind at the moment. The first idea is something that I think I've brought up on stream before. Sorry, hold up. It's asking me to choose moves for a Pokemon that I don't use, so naturally I'm actually giving it thought. No, Glitter, you're not evolving. You're perfect. Yeah, I've talked before, I think, about the idea of a fighting-only Nuzlocke in Pokemon Platinum, which personally I think would be really fun. Platinum has some unique features that, along with having enough fighting types to make the attempt, could make the game really interesting and allow for some unique strategies. I've also been thinking that it could be really cool to try a Chikorita only run of Heart Gold or Soul Silver, because obviously that should be pretty doable for the best Johto starter to handle. And of course, when they come out, I'm going to have to play Scarlet or Violet. I think I still need to order a copy of Scarlet, actually. Oh, no, I don't need to switch out the team. I just needed to heal. I'm not really sure what I plan to do for a run through Scarlet and Violet. I might just go for a vanilla, hardcore Nuzlocke. So, you're looking between Dracovish, Pikumikyu, Rotom, Feebas, and Lapras. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious which one the worst one in that set is. Because Feebas isn't worth it. There isn't a single game that Feebas is in where it's actually worth the time to catch. I could be wrong there, but I genuinely can't think of many worse ways to spend time than trying to get a Feebas. I don't even know how you get it in Pokemon Sword and Shield. You actually got the Feebas. Hey, I think you're insane, but more power to you. Don't get me wrong, Milotic is a cool Pokemon. But Game Freak, for some reason, decided to make getting one sheer pain. And it's not a cool enough Pokemon to actually get it. I mean, out of the Pokemon that you've listed there, especially for the final fights in Sword and Shield, Dracovish is pretty obviously the best one. There are just other options for all of the others. Rotom, you can get Lantern, which is admittedly not as strong, but quite a bit bulkier. And I don't think that the electric coverage is as critical for a water team as the water coverage was for like my electric team when I did that run. Glitter, stop trying to evolve. You don't need it. Yeah, I think you mentioned that your Chinchou died, but either way, I don't think that electric coverage is that critical for your water team, and there might even be a couple of other options. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Barrascuda could learn, like, Thunderfang. I don't think he can, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm wrong. But yeah, I'd be reasonably confident that if you really need electric coverage, you can find something. And then, let's see, so the other Pokemon there, Mukyu. It's actually not a bad Pokemon. It's a bit of a water-type Shuckle. But water types are known for having a lot of bulky options, making it a little bit more situational. Lapras and Lapras and Milotic are both good Pokemon. Lapras has a bit better typing, including that very nice stab Ice Beam, and some of that electric coverage that we were talking about before. And then, whatchamacallit, Milotic loses a bit of that bulk, but swaps it for reliable recovery in its moveset, which is actually really rare among bulky water types. Why did I use Sludge Bomb there? Hang on. So you're not going to overlevel if I fight this, are you? No, you're not. Okay. And with that, we're going to turn off the experience share and switch lot up front. That'll make it easier to get back. Okay, we're on our last stage of preparations. These are our team members going to... These are the team members that we're taking into the Elite Four. First things first, we're going to go and clean up their movesets. A couple of them are saddled with unnecessary HM moves, things like that. So, Desi, you are going to forget Fly. Sully, you are going to forget Strength. I think those were the two moves that needed deleting. You drain growth, 40 seed leaves. Okay. So now, before we go any further, I want to show you what we're working with. So, the 5 members of the Kalos League. Malva, the Fire-type trainer, Seabold, the Water-type trainer, Wickstrom, the Steel types, and Drasna with her Dragon types. Now, despite the fact that Wickstrom's Steel types are immune to our Poison-type moves, we don't really heavily rely on Poison-type stabs to actually get the job done. which makes him relatively easy. Now, he has a couple of dangerous Pokemon. He has Scizor, which only has one weakness, good offense and defense, and the ability Technician to make his bullet punches absolutely terrifying. The plus side, he doesn't have Sword Stance. Yes, that is the only plus side with Scizor. He doesn't have a boosting move. And Aegislash obviously has incredible defenses in its shield form, incredible offenses in its blade form. The main thing is that it has a tendency to spam the whatchamacallit. It has a tendency to spam King's Shield, which makes it possible to take advantage of it. Also, we do have Pokemon that can take all of these moves reasonably well. Sacred Sword is resisted by most of our team, Ironhead is resisted by Al, Shadow Claw is resisted by Leu. So, if strictly necessary, we have pivoting options at least in order to get the Pokemon that we want in. Seabold, the only Pokemon... Okay, I should correct that. There are a couple of genuinely dangerous Pokemon on his team, but all of them are stuff that we can deal with. I'm reasonably confident that we can set up a fairly safe sweep of this whole team with Ollie. We'll want to use Sunny Day, and then we can plow through most of this with Giga Drain, the only real worry being that Gyarados' Ice Fang, which is part of why I wanted a Yachi Berry. So I think if we've got the Yachi Berry, we should be pretty safe against this. Wickstrom should also be a sweep with... So, the plan with Seabold is that we lead with Sully to put Clawitzer to sleep and maybe potentially encore him into something that we can set up safely on, but I kind of doubt that we'll go to that point, because I think we're going to want to switch into Pendra pretty quick here, because we're going to use Clawitzer to set up on. By taking advantage of its sleeping turns, we should be able to get a an agility and a baton pass up to get Ollie in there with a speed boost. At that point, if Ollie can set up Sunny Day and use growth at least once, we should have a clean sweep. Now, if Ollie doesn't have time to set up Sunny Day before using growth, it might be a little bit trickier, but I still think we have a solid chance to two-shot the Gyarados, meaning at that point the only thing that would actually cause us any trouble is the potential for an Ice Fang freeze. Because the Starmie in the back, we will, with an agility boost, will outspeed, and with Giga Drain, we should be a solid one-shot on that, even unboosted, I think, but obviously we'll have at least one boost. And Barbaracle doesn't pose any threat. And luckily, with Giga Drain, we should be able to keep reasonably healthy for the couple of Pokemon in the back, so it pretty heavily depends on which Pokemon... There's some variability depending on which Pokemon he decides to bring in after Clawitzer. Clawitzer is actually the safest thing to set up on for this team. Wickstrom is going to be a fairly similar thing, but instead of yawning the Klefki, we're probably just going to taunt it, or not taunt it, what was I thinking? Encore it into whatever its first move is. Well, actually, taunt could also be a viable strategy. We'll keep both in mind. Point is, Klefki can be pretty easily taken advantage of for us to switch out to Pendra, get a little bit of setup going, or even forego the setup entirely, since honestly, we already outspeed everything in the back here. Wickstrom has a remarkably slow team, which makes things easier for us. Our third target is Drasna, and this is where we start to struggle a little bit. Because Drasna has a couple of really bulky Pokemon up front, and a really speedy Noivern in the back. So we need a way to take out these two, and then ideally we would want to have Al in with a baton passed agility boost to be able to take out what's his face, Noivern. But yeah, these two should each go down to a single Ice Beam, even though Al isn't the strongest special attacker, especially if we put either an Expert Belt or an Evermelt Ice on him. It's these two up front that are problematic. Now, we might be able to get through them heavily relying on just brute force up front, but I'd like to try and work some more careful strategies. One that I'm considering is if we can manage to baton pass an agility boost instead to Leyu, we could hypothetically have a couple of Elemental Fang attacks on Leyu to take out, like we could have Fire Fang or Ice Fang ready and use Hone Claws to set up and take out the stuff in the back. It would just be difficult to find an opportunity to set up on Drasna, since Dragalge, while being kind of slow, does hit really hard. And it is bulky, making it a little bit harder to take advantage of, especially since we can't use Giga Drain or something similar to recover against Clawitzer. Now, the last member of the Elite Four, and the one that's the most concerning, is Malva. And honestly, I'm still not sure what the plan is there. Let's see, if we look at the team, we cannot afford to set up with Pendra. That's the main thing that makes this fight harder than all of the others. There isn't a single Pokemon in that team that Pendra is safe against. Not even the weakest member of the team, which is the Torkoal. Which means we're pretty much guaranteed to not outspeed Talonflame. And as we saw in that earlier battle, Talonflame should have a really strong chance of two-shotting Al, which makes it a little bit iffy on how to get through it. Now, there is one slight chance for a baton pass in this. If we lead with Sully, we could put their lead to sleep and even potentially lock it into like Hyper Voice, something that won't do as much damage. Because the whatchamacallit, the Pyroar that Malva is carrying, Pyroar isn't actually as strong as you would expect. Its stats are decent, but not insane. So yeah, 109 special attack is good, and 106 speed is as well, but they're not quite as earth-shattering, especially coming off of a somewhat less impressive moveset. Obviously, if we could bait a wild charge, that would be pretty ideal. But I can't think of a way to do that effectively and manage to actually lock it in, because we don't have much speed control. With that said, we have the potential to use... We have the potential to use Sully to make an opening for Pendra to baton pass a single agility to Leu, who could then hypothetically sweep through the remainder of the team with Rock Slide. It's just a question of how much we want to bank on sleep turns, which is always scary. Now, I do think there are other options for trying to take on Malva. The most obvious is simply to try and break through her Pyroar and potentially her Chandelure that follows up with it, using primarily brute force, and then taking advantage of the Torkoal to make an opening for some sort of setup. That would probably involve using Rain Dance and taking that opportunity to baton pass an agility over to Al, who could then maybe take out Talonflame. With all that said, I do think this is doable. And then Diantha, we should actually be able to abuse. Hawlucha is surprisingly easy to set up on, especially for our team, but we are going to get one extra tool for helping with that setup. In that case, there are only two major threats in her team for us. These two down the middle. Tyrantrum and Goodra are both kind of problematic. Goodra, I think Al can take, since Al resists all of its coverage and has high special defense to soak up Dragon Pulse, but it's not guaranteed. Tyrantrum is always a little bit weaker, a little bit more frail, and not as fast as is expected. So I'm not actually super worried there, as long as we carry something with some fairy type coverage, probably Ollie going into this last match. We should be able to handle that. Failing all else, we can pivot around its earthquakes to try and stall it out. But that's iffier because we don't have much that can reliably take its other moves. Our best bet is literally just going to be hitting it hard and fast. So with all of that said, we have a couple of things that I want to take care of going into this. First off, Sully, we're going to have you remember a move. I want you to relearn not Acid Spray. Wait, do you not know Clear Smog? I could have sworn you did. Well, there goes my plan for Hawlucha. Huh. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so apparently Sully doesn't know Clear Smog, which I could have sworn it did. Well, there is that plan for Diantha, but we still have options. In fact, this could be a blessing. I think I see something that could actually be useful here. You could either hypothetically make use of Stockpile and Swallow for healing. Well, that's kind of slow healing. I think the safer strategy, since all of the Elite Four lead with special attackers, is actually Amnesia. Now, Ollie, you have a very important move that needs to be relearned. Well, come on, Weather Ball. Pendra also has a couple of moves hiding back here that might prove useful. There's one in particular that I'm thinking of. Oh, can you not relearn Iron Defense? I guess that was a pre-evolution only move. Ah well. That was more of a vague side idea than actually a planned move. I might have it relearn Defense Curl. Let's look at other movesets first, though. So, Desi, do you have anything that you actually really could use? Oh, hey, that could actually be useful. That could do the same thing largely as yeah, that could do largely the same thing as Clear Smog for taking advantage of Hawlucha. Are there any other setup Pokemon in the Elite Four? Can't recall. No, Light Screen and Blizzard I would need Defog for. I was about to get excited, but no, that isn't one. Torkoal has Curse, which might actually make it worth it. Between those two, it could actually be a decent strategy. Oh, and the Dragon Dancing Gyarados. If things got really desperate, I could jump in against that. I think... yeah, I actually think Haze is the smart move here. So, I don't think you have anything in particular that you need. Yeah, barrier doesn't really make that much difference. Hex could be useful, but I actually think we have a TM for that. I'll double check. We don't have a TM for Hex. I need to double check some calculations real quick. No, we don't need Hex. There was only one situation where I was really considering it, and Surf does more in that situation. So, With that said, Leyu could use some fresh moves. Specifically, I really think that Ice Fang and Fire Fang would be useful to back up our other teammates. And I don't have any plans to use Toxic Spikes. And X-Scissor is available through the move relearner. Okay. And now, to avoid having to walk all the way back to the Pokemon League and dodge opponents in Victory Road, we are going to pull something out of the trash. No, hang on. I'm not putting any of you into the trash just to pull it out. That's right. We're turning the legendary Pokemon that almost caused an apocalypse into a TM slave. And yeah, why not? Let's delete its unique move. See, I find it poetic justice that in a lot of these Nuzlockes, where they actually require you to catch the legendary, they get turned into obligatory TM slaves. But with that, hang on, I just want to check something. Okay. We are going at normal speed for the speed up. Okay. And like that, I think we're ready. Or as ready as we're going to be. Frickin' Malva. Okay, so our first opponent is going to be Seabold. Let's make sure that we've got the moveset that we want for this fight. So, Ollie doesn't really need alternative coverage, which is nice. But we do want someone to set up Sunny Day. I think it's going to be Sully. How the frick am I getting a call from Dayton, Ohio? So, Sully, you're going to learn Sunny Day. We might also go ahead and teach it to Pendra as a backup. We could have Ollie self-set, but I actually think that we'll teach it to Ollie too, because I have no plans of using Leech Seed in this either. So, Ollie, you're going to drop Leech Seed for Sunny Day. Now to arrange items. So, for Pendra, I know exactly what I want, because I am a little bit worried about confusion causing issues in the setup. So we're going to give Pendra a Person Berry. Meanwhile, Sully, you are going to take a Heat Rock. Because if I can get you to be the one to set up Sunny Day, that would simplify a lot of things. And then for Ollie, there's the Yachi Berry. Now, let's make sure everyone else is properly set up. So, yeah, I may actually go with this for the time being. So, Pendra, Sunny Day if needed, Agility to Baton Pass Out, to Ollie, has Sword Stance, but that's not going to matter for this fight. Ollie has Giga Drain and Growth, as well as Sunny Day to self-set it if needed. Weather Ball won't matter in this fight, but I can't replace it with anything because it's a level up move, not a TM move. Leyu isn't going to be involved in this fight most likely, but she's present. She has Ice Fang and Fire Fang, neither of which will be useful. If Leyu does anything, it's going to be going for a crunch to finish something off. Yeah, Pendra is a purely support Pokemon for this run. Sully is also purely support. Sully is going to be our lead, so I should probably organize that now. Yeah, Sully will lead with Yawn, and then either set up Encore or Sunny Day. The difference basically depends on whether I can lock Pendra, or whether I can lock Clawitzer into something of usable or not. Al is likely not going to be involved here, but we could give it a move to help with Pokemon in the back if we can find one. And Desi might come up if we need to haze the Gyarados. So before I forget, I am going to add something to Desi's moveset. TM that we picked up while prepping Roost. Because, yeah, there's no reason to have Air Cutter around anymore. Literally none. Huh. Let's do a quick skim through, because there might be something useful to put on Leyu in place of Sword Stance, or Al in place of one of its coverage moves, or Toxic Spikes. Okay, okay, Leyu can learn Brick Break. That could actually come in handy later on, but not for this fight. It's not really necessary. Oh, and Leyu can learn Earthquake. I didn't think it could, but that's genuinely really helpful. Energy Ball, not necessary. Fly, Focus Blast. Frustration. Grass Knot. Hidden Power, Hone Claws. You know what? Leyu, you're going to learn Rock Slide real quick. So we really don't need Sword Stance since we're not planning for you to set up. And you may be a decent Pokemon to use against the Gyarados if we have to. I realize that one turn solar beams could be good, but I would have to replace Giga Drain, and I really think that the I really feel like the recovery from Giga Drain will be a more reliable way to make sure we get through Gyarados than the extra power from Solar Beam, especially because I can't guarantee we're going to get Solar Beam up at the ideal time to take advantage of it. I think I've thought about it, but I think Giga Drain is the safer stab for now. And because I can't relearn it, I'm hesitant to replace it when I think it's the best option. Okay. Well, with all that preparation done, we are leading... I'm making sure everyone has decent items. Okay, we got Black Sludge. I might actually swap that for Wide Lens. I really hope I did retrieve my Wide Lens. Wide Lens, there you are. Admittedly, Zoom Lens could potentially work just as well on Leyu. Let's do it. Oh, but before we finish up, I'm actually going to change up the music. Oh, is this the steel type room? Okay, well, we're gonna back up. I think we can back up. If not, we'll just load that save that I had. So here's the thing. I knew there was a chance that I would do something stupid there. So, give the Person Berry to Pendra. Give the Yachi Berry to Ollie. Give the Heat Rock to Sully. And the Wide Lens to Leyu. Then we need to teach Sunny Day to Pendra. Ollie. And Sully. Teach Rock Slide to Leyu. Thank you for calling out that it was the wrong room. I think I would have realized when I saw Wickstrom, but there's always a chance that I wouldn't. Okay, let's double check the team. Sunny Day and a Person Berry, Agility and Baton Pass. Giga Drain, Growth, Yachi Berry, Sunny Day. Crunch, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Rock Slide. Yon, Sunny Day, Encore, Amnesia. Not gonna use Al this fight. Acrobatics, U-Turn, Roost, Haze. Now it's sad I almost went toward the steel room again. Okay, this is the flood chamber. This is the right one. Now, we're ready. Oh. Yes, we are leading with Sully, who's carrying the Heat Rock. Okay. Think Pokemon battling can ever be worthy of being called an art? No. Fool, you silly unseeing child. I've never actually chosen no, but yeah. Risky move. Sunny Day. Yawn. Switch out to Pentra. Now we're guaranteed one turn of sleep. Hopefully we'll get more. So we've got one agility, and we baton pass out to Ollie. Growth. I don't know how much a Dragon Pulse will do, but Ollie is very chunky on the special side. I'm going to risk it for the extra growth. Okay, even a crit wouldn't have killed me. Giga Drain gets us back to full, that's good. I forgot to turn on the experience share this fight. I meant to do it. Oh well. But the rest of this should be a clean sweep. Gyarados, as long as we dodge the ice. Hang on. I want to check something. Harsh sunlight. Bulbapedia. Frozen. Okay. I'm going to set up Sunny Day. Okay, you use Dragon Dance, I should still outspeed. Okay, and we just one-shot, so a lot of that positioning wasn't really necessary. The Sunny Day was to prevent being frozen. And now to heal up. Funnily enough, I never actually got any fresh healing items. Let's turn on the experience share. There's no more level caps, so no reason not to have it on. Okay, since we probably won't use Sunny Day again, at least we aren't likely to for a bit. And we should be good with that. Nothing to worry about there, but I should restore PP on Giga Drain. Oh, dang. Well, at least it looks like I haven't dropped any frames, so yeah. Okay, let's see. So next is going to be Wickstrom. And we'll come in here and then redo the movesets. So couple of things we want to do. But first, I am going to give a Lumberry to Ollie. There's a reason for that. That's that I'm worried about the Probopass's discharge. If I don't have issues with that, then I should be totally free. Next, we're going to go ahead and teach Taunt to Leyu, who we're going to lead with. Obviously, Klefki has Prankster, which is problematic, but Dark types are immune to Prankster moves, which means if we lead with Leyu, we can prevent Klefki from setting up Taunt, or from setting up spikes, which makes it a whole lot easier to set up on. So yeah, I think most of our strategy for this is just Sully, Ollie, and Leyu. And I think we can afford to not have Sunny Day on Ollie. Yeah, I know, right? I was surprised when I realized that. One of our few Pokemon that can learn Taunt is immune to the Prankster moves. So Ollie, you're going to drop Sunny Day for Shadow Ball. That should ease up the matchup with Aegislash in the back. So here's the thing, nothing on his team is especially fast, and even though Ollie has a minus speed nature, he is fully trained in speed, which makes him actually pretty speedy. So there really shouldn't be any issue with him outspeeding Wickstrom's slow steel types. So all we have to do is make sure that we get through Probo Pass without getting, like, paralyzed. And with the sun still up. If the sun isn't still up, then we're going to have to play tricky when we get to Scizor. Because Scizor is genuinely dangerous if we don't play smart enough to have our fire coverage ready. Luckily, Leyu is equipped with a backup for the fire coverage, as well as a backup in case we need it to help take on what's-his-face? Aegislash. But yeah. Pendra, you can take a citrus berry while we're at it. I don't suppose I have the... No, I don't have the TM for substitute. That's what I thought. So let's check items. We'll give you back your black sludge. Actually, you know what? You're going to keep the wide lens to make Fire Fang fully accurate if we need it. Citrus berry, lumberry, heat rock, black sludge, none. Okay. I think we're ready to go into this one. Oh, and he walks down to see us. That's neat. He's so pixely. I don't usually notice, but for some reason it just really stood out for the second there. Like this very official-looking knight of the land is so freaking pixely. Okay. We're going to taunt the Klefki. What? Maybe it's because we couldn't, maybe it's because it wasn't targeting us, it was targeting the field. That might have been it. Oh well, I thought that would have shut it down, but it still can't place spikes anymore. So now we're off to Sully. He's probably going for... Actually, he's probably going for Flash Cannon. Yeah. Luckily, Sully should be able to take a couple of those, since this thing is not offensively strong. Oh, it's not till Gen 7 that the Dark types block Prankster. Sunny day. Okay, I think we were risking a... I think we might have been risking a crit there, but I'm not really sure. I think we had just enough bulk to take that even if it was a crit. Okay. So now we can switch to Ollie. We'll set up a growth. So this is turn 3 of Sun. I knew it was going to wake up, but it didn't use Torment. Okay, I think we've won this. Weather Ball. Oh, it does get up spikes, but I think we've already won this, so I'm not that worried about the spikes, because I don't think we need to switch again. leveled up, Leyu leveled up, Desi leveled up. Brought out Probopass, which is troublesome. Actually going to go for Shadow Ball. The trouble is Probopass has Sturdy, which is why I wanted to go for Shadow Ball so that I wouldn't bring him down to Sturdy where he would heal. And I can heal up with Giga Drain. And I should have at least one more turn of Sun. And he brought out Scizor. Okay, we've won. He could go for Bullet Punch, but I think he'll go for the most damaging move, which means it's not Bullet Punch. Okay. And we've got Shadow Ball to clean up the Aegislash in the back. I forgot to restore PP on Giga Drain, but that's okay. Oh yeah, it looks like there's one more turn. I did have a Heat Rock. I don't know if you knew that when you were counting. Okay. Let's heal everyone up. Despite this being one of the easiest Elite Fours in this, the fact that we managed to lose makes it 8 turns of Sun. That includes the turn that it's set up. Restore Giga Drain. And we'll restore Weather Ball. I don't know if we actually have a use for Weather Ball in the next fight, but there's a chance. Okay. Now, a couple of things that we want to take care of. The main one is that we want to put Dazzling Gleam on Ollie. Yep, Drasna is up next. So, it'll be there. I want to double check now. So we've taken out Seabold, we've taken out Wickstrom. We're not relying on weather this time, so we can give Sully back his Black Sludge. That Drag Algae is still concerning. Okay, here's the thing. I think we can actually make this a little bit more... Yeah, it's the right one. The one to the top right is the fire chamber. So, here, I'll make sure y'all can see as well. I think as long as we can find a way to get Al in safely, he should be able to take these two, barring repeated flinches from Noivern. But there is a decent chance that Noivern will go for Super Fang or Dragon Pulse instead of oh, what was I going to say? Instead of Air Slash, because Dragon Pulse should be higher damage and Super Fang avoids our high special defense. I want to double check. Do I have any more targets? Yeah, there aren't any more targets for Fire Fang since we managed to get through the Steel type. Since we managed to get through Wickstrom safely. So we can retrain Leiu's moveset considerably. We can give her... Okay, I'm going to put some black sludges back on people. Give one back to Sully. And give one to Leiu. Now, Hone Claws, where are you? Leiu, you are going to replace Fire Fang with Hone Claws. And Taunt with Sword Stance. Okay, this is a more normal setup, luckily. So I'm actually thinking we're going to keep it nice and simple. If we lead with Sully... Oh, yeah, sorry. Drasna page is still up. Yeah, always call me out on that, because I will eventually look at it, but I don't know how long it will take for me to do so. So the reason for Sword Stance and Hone Claws is that since I swapped out the wide lens, I want to use at least one turn of Hone Claws to boost up to make Ice Fang 100% accurate. With that said, Sword Stance will make things faster, and if I decide to go through Pendra here first, it'll be to Baton Pass and Agility. Speaking of which, can Pendra learn Confide? Ooh, this is big brain. Big brain moment. Not actually that big brain, but... These two don't have any use for Sunny Day this time around. But yeah, I only need one Hone Claws to make my moves perfectly accurate, then I can go for Sword Stances if I need them. So, I want both of them on there. If I can get her stats nicely nerfed, Sully, that should make this safe. Let's make sure I've got everything the way I want it. So Black Sludge, Yawn, Confide, Encore, good. And Amnesia I might actually open with. Pendra, Citrus Berry, Confide, Agility, Baton Pass. Dazzling Gleam on Ollie in the back in case it's needed. Because I could hypothetically bring in Ollie to take care of the Drudigan It would probably be pretty easy. Ice Fang on Leyu is really the plan here. And Ice Beam on Al, in case I need to switch Leyu out. And Desi, as always, provides a variety of useful stuff, and is there because, gosh dang it, she's carried us through this run, and it would be wrong to not bring her. I am leading the right Pokemon, right? Hang on. Okay, yes, I'm leading Sully. Let's double check held items, because I don't think I fully did that. So, Black Sludge, Citrus Berry, Lumberry. Oh, Ollie, you can take something else, actually. I think I'll give you a Citrus Berry. You know what? I'm going to give you an item on the off chance we get into a really bad situation. Where are the Koba berries? On the off chance that for some reason I need to use Ollie to take on Noivern to knock it out with Dazzling Gleam, I could survive a hit with that Koba berry. Okay. Dragalge is up first, the most toxic Pokemon in this league. We're going to open with Amnesia, because that should give us a little bit more time to get set up ourselves. Yeah, Dragon Pulse. I knew that was coming. And with Black Sludge, we're recovering a lot. So as long as we don't get crit, we shouldn't have much to worry about here. We should pretty reasonably be able to get this thing down to -6. If we do get crit, we'll at least get it to sleep before we go down. Confide. And it falls asleep. So that's one turn of sleep. Two turns of sleep. Decent chance it'll wake up this next turn, but I can afford to hit it with another Confide. At this point, there's not much that it can do without crit fishing. And it would need to get multiple crits to cause problems. Yeah, see, I think we recover almost, we recover almost all of that. Yawn. Luckily, there's no need to count Confides since we can just check how many PP I've spent. And you know what? In order to not waste sleep turns, I'm actually not going to bother going for the 6th Confide. Or am I? You know what? Yes, I am. There's a reason. I would rather switch, forgetting names now. Pendra. I would rather switch Pendra in... Oh, I didn't mean to hit Encore. But you know what? That's not a bad thing. I would rather switch Pendra in on a turn when it's falling asleep than on the first turn of sleep. That way Pendra's guaranteed the turn to agility. So I don't even think a crit will kill Pendra. She's trained for special defense. Oh, this is a long sleep. And we're faster than it, so I should really be going for Amnesia. Clicking Yawn repeatedly won't speed up the process of putting it to sleep. Yeah. It could even get a crit here and it wouldn't really cause problems. Okay, we've yawned it. Yeah, Pendra can't, or no, Pendra can get crit, Leyu can't. Pendra has Swarm. But I don't think that a crit here would kill. We're testing that theory, potentially. Okay, never mind, no need to test that theory. I much prefer not testing that theory, so. Oh, hey Rafkin, welcome. Hope the class went well. Yeah, we are on our third member of the Elite Four. So we got through the water and steel type members reasonably well. Steel type one was a bit closer than I might have liked, but okay. Got the speed boost, we're passing it off to Leyu. And that was a one-turn sleep. But Leyu can't be crit, so she can set up as long as she needs to. So that'll be one Hone Clause. Oh, I think it might be out of Dragon Pulses. Swords Dance. And yes, I am going to do a little bit overkill with the boosting, but you know what? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's out of Dragon Pulse at this point, because otherwise there's really no reason for it to go for other moves. For some reason I thought this thing had Muddy Water, but I guess just Surf. Swords Dance and Hone Claws do effectively the same thing there, since our attack was at +5. Alright, now Ice Fang. I wonder, does this thing have Poison Point as its ability? That would be kind of funny. It does have Poison Point. So that ability is fundamentally useless against my team. Yeah, I don't think there are any accuracy dropping things in the back, but no reason not to pick up as many boosts as I can. Ice Fang will one-shot the Altaria really easily because it's quad effective and I'm at +6. But yeah, Swords Dance, as you can probably tell at this point, was just a time-saving measure. We should outspeed Noivern. Okay. There was always a slight chance, because Leu has absolutely no speed investment. I mean, nothing that they have can actually take me at this point. Like, literally none of these Pokemon can take a single hit. So, it really didn't matter. I think Noivern's best move was probably Super Fang, though it could have hypothetically taken me down with multiple Air Slash flinches if it had managed to still outspeed. But even then, that would have taken like 4 flinches, and I had stuff in the back. Okay. 3 out of 4 done. Let's heal these guys up. Yeah, now it's the scariest one. On the bright side, I do think there's potential that if we play this intelligently, we can get through this reasonably well. So, Leu, let's restore your Ice Fang. Oh. Sully, let's restore Yawn, Encore, and Confide. So, there are a couple of moves here that I think will help us. We'll have the potential to help us through this last fight. Specifically, where is Rock Slide? Yeah, so there's only one thing on this team that really threatens a significant chunk of my team, and that's the Talonflame. If the Talonflame wasn't there, I wouldn't be worried about this at all. But as it is, we're going to drop Swords Dance for Rock Slide. And it's going to be a pretty similar situation, except this time we can't necessarily rely on... Yeah. The thing is, we can't necessarily rely on a baton past agility onto Leu. We need to be really careful here in order to make that happen. So, first of all, Pendra, we're going to give you a fresh item. Where is our Fire Resist Berry? We do have one, right? Okay, so it looks like we don't have a Fire Resist Berry. That shouldn't actually be an issue, because the plan is still to avoid Pendra getting hit by a fire move. Sully... Okay, let's double check movesets here. So unfortunately, I want Confide on Sully, which means I don't think I'm going to go for putting Rain Dance on him. I might go ahead and put Rain Dance on a couple others. Rain Dance... Okay, so Pendra can't learn Rain Dance, but Al can. So Al, we're going to go ahead and drop Dazzling Gleam, which everyone in this next part resists. And we're also going to give you a Damp Rock. Next, we're going to teach Rain Dance to Ollie. In place of Dazzling Gleam again. So, here's what I've got for a plan right now. I'm thinking we open with Sully again, and like last time, we start off with Amnesia. That should... Oh, sorry. Slight correction. We're opening with Al. See, the reason we're opening with Al, there are two reasons actually. One, it baits Wild Charge from... Oh, you know what? Might not want... No, Wild Charge won't be that strong since the Pokemon using it has low physical attack. And Al is pretty bulky, HP-wise at least. And it has enough defense to take at least one, even if it's a crit. So Al's whole role here is to set up Rain Dance and bait in that Wild Charge. Because once we get that Wild Charge, we can switch out to Sully and Encore it into that. That might not work out, simply because Sully might get outsped, but I think it's worth a shot. Actually, you know what? No, we are going to lead with Sully. Change my plans. And Al, take a Wakan Berry. We'll give the Damp Rock to Ollie. Okay. So, we'll lead with Sully and set up Amnesia. That should hopefully encourage this thing to start going for Wild Charge since it's a physical attack. Even if that doesn't work, we can use Yawn and then start firing off Confides until it does start going for its only physical move. Once that's done, we'll put it to sleep and switch into Al, who can set up Rain Dance. And then we go to Pendra for the Baton Pass. And we'll pass the Agility just to give Leyu a decent chance at outspeeding the Talonflame in the back. Once that's all taken care of, Leyu is once again free to set up, this time with just Hone Claws, and Rock Slide will tear through the remainder of the team. We should be safe for this. Let me double check items. Sully, you're carrying Black Sludge, that's good. Yeah, one extra step to give Pendra some insurance against a fire-type move crit. And we are going to pivot back to Sully to reset the sleep turns at that point, if at all possible, but yeah. For the most part, this is pretty straightforward and pretty similar to everything we've done so far. So we've got the Wakan Berry, Black Sludge, Damp Rock, Citrus, Black Sludge. Yeah, okay. We're good to go. I am leading Sully. I am leading Sully. Oh. Alright, Malva. You terrify me in this run, but we're gonna beat you without losing anyone anyway. So, open with Amnesia. Yeah, no surprises there. It goes for Flamethrower. Unluckily, we dodged a burn, which could have been annoying. It would have cut down on our time, since it would have nullified our recovery from Black Sludge. Yawn. Oh, and it's going to start spamming Noble Roar. That is absolutely fine. Yeah, I've always assumed that she had some connection to Team Flare. I've just never looked into it. Okay, and now for some confiding. I love, real quick, watch when I use Confide next. You can actually see that instead of normal ellipses, Confide is putting up like little scribbled in dots, which I think is just hilarious. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting some Noble Roar spam, which is honestly great for us, and I think I'm going to go ahead and lock it into that. Because there's no reason, like there is no downside to us getting hit by Noble Roar. So we're going to try and lock it into that. Oh, it's going for Wild Charge now. Well, at least we've got that predictability set up. And since Sully is a physical tank, Wild Charge isn't doing much. Which also minimizes recoil, thankfully. And it's at the point where it stops trying for special moves, so we really don't have to worry about crits, because Wild Charge, even if it crits, isn't going to do much. Just because it's so weak. Okay, so that's -6. Yeah, I am aware of that, so we are going to have to dance around it. But even if that happens, we can spam Hone Claws, and I think, yeah, we've got more Hone Claws PP at this point than she has Noble Roar PP. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check. Okay, so we'll make it drowsy. I'm going to double check this actually. Noble Roar, 30 PP. Hone Claws. Hone Claws is only 15, so we might actually need to do some pivoting if we start having issues there. But either way, we're in a pretty safe position at this point. So first off, we'll pivot into Al to set up the Rain Dance. And this thing will fall asleep. And you know what? I'm actually not going to pivot back through Sully because that would waste Rain Dance turns. Okay, that's the first turn of sleep. Hendra comes in on the second. And with the rain up, flamethrower, even a crit, will be doing neutral rather than its normal super effective stuff. And we switched in on wild charge, that works. Agility. Okay, we're going to start some pivoting fun. Sully, back to you. There's a part of me that wishes we could have made room on Sully's moveset for acupressure. No, Pendra does not have sword stance this fight, simply because I wanted to make room and didn't want to get rid of Crunch. Okay, so we're actually going to waste this thing's wild charge, apparently. Okay, but it is locked into wild charge, so now we'll use Yawn. See, we have another strategy. Since I don't want to switch Al into a wild charge, and to give us some more flexibility, we're going to switch into Ollie. Oh, Pendra has sword stance, yes. So we could try and pass some sword stance boosts as well. It's just a matter of how much we want to risk a flamethrower crit. Okay, so this will be more turns of rain, and that's the first turn of sleep. And if I really have to, I can also pass an agility boost to Ollie. Really? That's the second one-turn sleep. I think we're at... Okay, hang on. Rain Dance, switch, switch. Okay, so this is turn 4 of rain. Turn 5, and we've encored it into wild charge. Okay, we're in a good situation now. Even if it wakes up early, it'll be locked into wild charge. Turn 6, we switch into Pendra. And this is turn 1 of sleep, so it'll stay asleep. Turn 7. That is the third one-turn sleep, I might add. And that'll pop our citrus berry. And you know what? We'll take the turn 8 since it cannot kill us. Even a crit won't kill us from this range. And quite frankly, I'm kind of annoyed at the way it's doing things. Oh, I should have baton passed out beforehand. Oh well. We've got the sword stance. We really only need... I should have baton passed earlier, but the sword stance also gives us some noble roar protection. Oh, and see? Now she went for flamethrower. Poison Clause once. If she doesn't... Actually, even if she fires off a noble roar here, we should be good. Yeah, because we're at +2. We're at +2 attack. That should be enough to clear through the remainder of the team. For a second there, I saw where Pyroar was after all of the Wild Charge recoil, and I thought that was all the damage Leyu did. I was like, what the heck? Okay, there's Torkoal. Torkoal has Earthquake. Luckily, we can't be crit, so I think we're safe even if it survives Rock Slide. Which, there is a pretty good chance. It's very bulky. Yeah. Yeah, so we can't be crit, so we were very safe there. And while I could go for the extra Hone Claws, I don't want to risk that she doesn't... Yeah, I didn't want to risk that she doesn't heal there. So yeah, Leyu, if you wouldn't mind throwing lots and lots and lots of rocks at these guys. Just a whole crap ton of rocks. Okay, that's both full restores. And we can't miss with Rock Slide, so I'm not too worried. Wait, what the heck? Sorry, it auto-played. Yeah, it's fine. We'll finish it off with Crunch to save our PP. I don't think we actually need to, but it's whatever. Okay, that's Pendra, level 67. Hello, Talonflame. You frightened me. That's why I prepared, so that you're no threat whatsoever. You know, actually, it does occur to me... Oh, my camera's gone blurry. Hold up. It does occur to me, though, that she actually wouldn't have kept going for Noble Roar once I was at -6 special attack, I believe. If I'm remembering how the AI works with stat reductions. They won't go for a stat reduction on a stat that's already minimized. So it might have actually been safe to spam Hone Claws until I was at -6 special attack. Yeah. Well, I mean, slight correction. It would have been totally safe to spam Hone Claws barring a flamethrower burn. But there's no real reason to do so. We were pretty safe at that point to play through the remainder of the thing. Okay, that is Malva taken care of. The only challenge is there are technically 2 fights left in this run, because there is the fight against King Az, but that one's always pretty easy as long as I go into it with a few Pokemon still alive. So yeah, with that taken into account, I think we're going to try and bait out the Tyrantrum fast. Let's see here real quick. Yeah, I don't see any critically important targets for Confide. So there are a couple of other things that I could have on Sully. The most obvious being Sunny Day. But first things first, let's heal. See, I've got a lot of Lepa berries, so I'm just going to do it on everything, even if it's unnecessary. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Let me make sure I have the right image in my head. So, if we think about Diantha, and I'll put her up on the screen and try and remember to take her off of it at the right time again. So there's Hawlucha. Now, Hawlucha is nothing whatsoever to worry about. It's hard-walled by Desi, who can one-shot it, so I'm not even that concerned. The most important thing to think about for this fight is going to be what comes out after Hawlucha, especially if I kill Hawlucha with Desi, which is the plan at the moment. Most likely, it's going to be Tyrantrum. There is a chance that she goes for Auroros, in which case the plan would have to change. But I am going to put Brick Break on Leyu regardless. So with Brick Break on Leyu, we don't really have much to worry about with Auroros's Light Screen and Reflect. We can bring that in to clear them. Tyrantrum is the big threat. Now, if Tyrantrum comes in, we U-turn out of the Head Smash, and most likely we want to go into Sully. And at that point, it might actually be the smart idea to let Sully go down to get off a Yawn and a safe switch. But I'm going to try and think of a way not to do that. So, looking at this, the other option is to go into Leyu, who should be able to take the Head Smash, but she wouldn't take it as well as Sully. At that point, an Earthquake would be coming for me. Yeah, the only thing is that Diantha makes poor decisions sometimes with her switches, and she really loves that Auroros for some reason. With that said, if we go into Leyu to take the head smash, actually, we could even potentially drop Haze at this point, since the only thing that boosts in this fight is Hawlucha, which isn't a threat. We could potentially drop Haze for Protect, which might allow us to PP stall Head Smash. Yeah, especially since it's only got 5. Okay, I think I've got the plan. We take out Hawlucha. We're going to start with a layer of Toxic Spikes, because that'll speed up the plan with a couple of these. Depending on what happens, we might even get 2 off. Because I am going to Encore and then Yawn Hawlucha before going into Al. I'm going to Yoncore Hawlucha. Yeah. It might kill itself, which we can actually deal with pretty well. Gourgeist isn't a threat as long as we keep Desi healthy. Goodra becomes the big issue here. So we're going to want Dazzling Gleam on something. In the grand scheme of things, I think Al can wear Goodra down enough where even if we can't kill it, we can take it out with something in the back. Yeah, we've got Ice Beam, which is better than Dazzling Gleam into this fight, actually, because it hits all 4 of these super effectively. We'll want to put Black Sludge back on Al. Yeah, I think our best plan here is to put Black Sludge on Al, try and pivot Sully into actually, look, you know what? I feel like I'm overthinking this. So, we've got a decent idea of what this lady has. Oh. We're going to get our movesets right. I'm going to put away the Diantha window. Okay, we're going to get our movesets right. I'm going to put Sunny Day on Ollie. Because there's always the chance that we get the chance to set up a Sun Sweep. So, Sunny Day on Ollie. We're going to put Sword Stance back on Leyu, since... Oops. Since we're not planning on using Rock Slide this time around. Brick Break. Brick Break, and where's Poison Jab? Okay, let's see. So he has those. I need to give Pendra a fresh item. And probably a different move. I'm actually going to teach Pendra Poison Jab. So while it won't do as much as I'd like, there is a chance that we wind up in a bad situation and I have to use Pendra against Mega Gardevoir. It's a small chance, but it does exist. Giga Drain, Growth, Weather Ball, and Sunny Day. That's a good setup for Ollie. I should switch out Ollie's item. They use Packing Black Sludge, Swords Dance and Brick Break, Poison Jab for Mega Gardevoir. Okay, should be good. Al. Al has Ice Beam and is going to lead with Toxic Spikes. I don't know that we need Rain Dance. Yeah, I'm going to replace Rain Dance with probably Sludge Bomb. And Desi has the moves that I want on her since she... Oh, hey Cinderfay. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just about to face off against the champion. Just getting our moveset together. I don't suppose Al can learn Hail, can he? Oh, I didn't even pick up the TM for Hail. Well, I know that I checked if Al can learn Hail, so the fact that I didn't pick up the TM means that Al probably can't learn Hail. Okay, so no Ice-type Weather Ball then. Yeah. I think we're where we want to be. Oh, we do need to fix items though, so... Citrus Berry for Pendra, and a Black Sludge for Al. There's one more thing I'm going to do. See, we have a few of these rare candies. And the champion's best Pokemon is at level 68. So... And I'm only willing to do this because I didn't, like, glitch in rare candies to level up or something. Like, hack in rare candies to level up or anything. But it just feels nice having all of the team on the same level going into this. And despite the fact that it's pointless, since this is a Nuzlocke and if I die it's over, I am going to save on the off chance that I, like, crash or something. Alright, let's hit it. I am leading with Sully. I am leading with Sully. And yes, we have Confide still on, so that might help against Goodra. I think she might be hard-coded to save her Mega Gardevoir for last, but I'm not 100% certain. It shouldn't matter either way. Okay, Sully will open with Yawn. Swords Dance, that was expected. Oh, that's a fun calc. Though if you're looking for what it would kill, you should do something more frail than Magikarp, because there are more frail Pokemon. Magikarp's defenses aren't actually as terrible as you'd expect. It can take the occasional hit, which is more than can be said for, like, Carvana. I think is probably a bit more frail. Yoncore. Okay. So he just did exactly... That Hawlucha just did exactly what I expected. 2 Swords Dances right off the bat, but now it's locked into Swords Dance and it falls asleep. Meaning even after it wakes up, it's going to have to go for 3 Swords Dances. Which makes this very safe. Because I can switch to Al. And this turn is guaranteed sleep. And that'll give us time to set up 2 sets of Toxic Spikes. Oh, I forgot to teach Desi Protect. Well, that plan changed quick. Still, we should be able to deal with a Tyrantrum without stalling it out of Head Smash. Wait, Encore is based on the turns, not the number of times it attempts to use it? Could have sworn that was different. Okay, well, anyway. We're off to Desi, which doesn't worry about this thing at all. Huh, oh well. It's still greedy and going for Swords Dance. And now, because I still have the move, I'm going to get cheeky and haze it down. There's no reason for me to do that. It's honestly a suboptimal move, because I take damage, whereas I am almost certain I one-shot this with Acrobatics. But, yeah. Okay, she brought out the Tyrantrum. It is going to get Toxicked. And we are going to U-turn out. Now, our first question is, how well does Sully take this Head Smash? Okay, so Sully might be able... Sully took 111 there, so if it crits, I would take approximately half again that, which would push me to 166. So we should just survive a crit if one comes. Luckily, I don't think we need to worry about that, because it's going to go for Earthquake now, because that's the most damaging move. Which means we're a free switch into Desi. And between Poison Chip here and what U-turn is going to do next turn... What? No, 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 no. There goes Desi, guys. That's really rough. Desi has carried us this game. Okay, let's see. She's picking who goes next randomly, probably, or she might just default to the top of the team order. You know, I might be able to bait something in. Diantha went for Head Smash instead of Earthquake against Sully, so when I switched in Desi, she was killed. Okay. So that Auroros is probably going to go for Light Screen or Thunder. So I'll pivot through Ollie. Desi deserved better than that. Okay, it went for Light Screen. Now it'll either go for Reflect or Blizzard. So that should be a pretty safe switch to Leyu, who can break it. And of course she hits the 70 accurate Blizzard, along with all of the times that she hit Head Smash. Break it, Leyu. Smash the screen and take out this thing. Okay, now it's on to Goodra. And Goodra is toxic, which will help Al a lot in taking care of this. So Al should take that pretty well. It'll be at most a 3-hit unless it gets crits. Okay, it's not even a 4-hit. Never mind, I worried about this matchup for literally nothing. Okay. Al, start clicking Ice Beam. Yeah. You know, it does occur to me that it's kind of weird how they didn't give Goodra Earthquake as coverage. So I think it'll survive the Ice Beam and Toxic this turn. There's a chance that it doesn't, but I think it does. And I hope it does, because that gives us a chance. That would give us a chance to switch out here to have the right lineup for this next one. Okay. Oh, but it's... I just realized... she's gonna full restore. Okay. I forgot she had like 5 full restores in the back. Oh, was that a crit? That was a crit. That's helpful. Thank you, Al. Will this next one put her into healing range? It will. I'm going to Sludge Bomb in the hopes of getting a poison, because that'll help Ice Beam bring it down. I can't remember if Diantha has 2 or 3 full restores. Okay, there's the poison. I think Al can take 1 more of those, unless it crits. But considering this is the final difficult fight, that is a line I'm willing to walk. I think the poison damage will kill here. It did, okay. Because I don't know if she has 1 more full restore. She might. So, Gourgeist is poisoned. We're going to pivot through... Ooh, who do we want to pivot through? We're going to pivot through Sully. I think Encore to lock this thing into something will give us... Yeah, Encore should give us what we need to deal with it. And we were baiting the Shadow Sneak. So it should outspeed us, I think, which will be helpful because it's going to start with Trick or Treat because this thing is obsessed with that move. Yawn. See what I mean? Oh, it's poisoned. Oops. Pendra, you're up. Okay. We're in a good position here. Because now we can baton pass into... We can safely baton pass into Leyu to have Leyu already in safely for the Gardevoir. If you wouldn't mind crunching. Now, Leyu is going to be outsped by Gardevoir because she is that slow. But I don't think it matters. Oh, and she's briefly going to have battle armor until she immediately Mega Evolves. I mean, Moonblast is neutral, and I'm not invested in special defense. I'm invested fully in physical and attack, so... Or was I fully invested in HP and attack? I think it might be HP and attack. Oh, wow. We outsped? Huh. Okay, then. And just like that, our team goes to the Elite Four. Our team goes into the Hall of Fame. I didn't expect to outspeed that thing. I am completely uninvested in speed. And Gardevoir is decently speedy. I mean, Leyu can outspeed some things. Like, Drapion itself is decently speedy, but the minus speed nature made me shy away from focusing on speed. There they all are, including our dear, dear Desi. Hang on. Before we continue here, I am going to do something that I haven't done for most of this playthrough. Turn on the volume. Leyu can outspeed some things. She's just kind of slow for the baton passing. Why are the others so low quality? Like, I get it, they're not the highest quality rivals, but why are their appearances so low quality? Oh, and we got an award for saving the region and the world, kind of. Come on, I just want to live my life, dang it! Why y'all gotta be hounding me like this? That pixely Shauna is going to haunt my nightmares. Liking as... You know, I don't really care about your lore or whatever, but... I can kind of relate, because I just lost Desi. No, don't ask me to look at Tierno, Bruce, please. I don't want to remember that. Gotta admit, this guy doesn't really stand out in my recollection of the game, but he does have good music. Alright. Sully, we're gonna pull some Yoncore strats. Yeah, I wish his Floette was in game. Floette Eternal should have been an event release. Yeah, you're right. Game Freak doesn't really do events. That's fair. They don't release Pokemon behind being on location at a Pokemon Center in Japan. That's just silly. I don't even remember what this guy has. I'm not really going to worry about it because, frankly, his Pokemon are lower level than mine. And he's only got 3 of them. Oh, cosmic power. Yeah, this guy really does have killer music. We've got an earthquake incoming. Unfortunately, Desi is only pretending to be alive right now. See, I honestly could allow Desi to be back at this point, because the game is genuinely over. But... oh, Heavy Slam? Huh, wasn't what I expected. And I'm pretty sure with that we are we're now not only the champions of Kalos, I'm pretty sure we're like the king of Kalos. And we do get a quick glimpse at Floette Eternal form. Okay, I don't actually care about your lore, though. Like, seriously, stop shoving it down my throat. You're such a weird character. It's Floette Eternal. It's a cool little color palette and fancy flower that resembles the ultimate weapon. Yep, a 3,000-year-old 9-foot-tall dude. Oh, see, that's the thing. Floette Eternal cannot evolve. It's Floette Eternal. Like, that's part of the big thing with it. Even if they had released it, they weren't going to let... It was going to be incapable of evolution. Okay, tall dude. Can we hurry this up? Oh no, the pixely rivals again. With that said, yeah, to be honest, I expect that if you looked online, you could find a pretty reasonable approximation of how it would have turned out just by... I'm sure someone's done a color swap somewhere. And now with that, we can put the speed up back on. I just wanted the music for that last bit. Well, there you have it. Pokemon Y using only poison types. Once we get through the credits here, we will take a moment and look at the Fallen and give them a moment of appreciation, but if you need to hop off, I realize that it's getting late, and that is pretty much the stream. Watch me work some magic here. Yeah, I just told it to go maximum speed. Okay, there it is. Now we can put speed up back down to 300%. And back to this music. See, she's offering a Froakie, but I'm not going to take it. Just because I don't actually have anything that I particularly want to trade with her in my party. Wait, can I do it from anywhere? Hold up. See, I like to headcanon that even when I reset the file, this Shauna continues on going on adventures with my allies, so I'm actually going to do the same thing that I did in my last playthrough, because I had a shiny Pokemon there. I think, first of all, let's take a moment and appreciate the Fallen. Our first Fallen ally was Yuri Xanthus, Yuri as we called her. She did a lot of good work through the mid-game. That single evolution setup gave some good stats, and I appreciate her presence. Mephi here worked so hard, and then I blundered her to a fighting-type trainer. She did an amazing job of helping us survive fights against Psychic-type Pokemon, which was honestly such a big deal. Phil Bates, again, a solid member of the team, was with us for most of the run, did go down to a bad hit from a Tauros, and would have been really nice to have with us in the Elite Four. He would have made a lot of those battles easier. Rest in peace, you beautiful toxic frog. Ethel didn't do much, but we still respect her. Poison Ivan was one of our earliest team members, and the only Pokemon that we allowed to Mega Evolve. And Penny helped us get Shadow Ball, which was helpful into the Elite Four. With all of that said, the Pokemon that we are going to trade... Oh, and of course, let us not forget the Queen herself, Desi, who carried so much of the run. And a special honor to our starter Phoebe, who did amazingly throughout the early part of the game and honestly made this run possible by soloing the first gym. And then quietly retired to a life in Box 1. And now, to see Glitter go on to bigger and better things, we will send her on to Shauna. Glitter, you really surprised me. Have fun with Shauna. Farewell. Funnily enough, this is one of the few easy ways to get a starter with their hidden ability. Because I'm fairly certain... Frowabble. I'm fairly certain this thing has its hidden ability. I can double check in a minute here, but... If so, this is probably the easiest way to get a hold of a Froakie with, Protean. There's no PC here, is there? I want to look at that Froakie. Because I'm pretty sure it has its hidden ability. Not that we're going to use it. Yeah, that's a decent choice too. And I feel like that's probably been the way it happens with a lot of people in their runs. Which, I find it amusing, because a lot of people really hate Shauna. So the fact that she probably, on average, tends to have a legendary is really funny to me. Oh, and I've got more wallpapers. Okay, so first things first. Desi, you go to join your friends in the miasma. You did real good. All of you did. And second, nope, no hidden ability, I was wrong. Oh well. But with that, we're actually going to end this the same way I ended the first stream in the game. Sitting on this bench. Thank y'all so much for joining in with this. It's been fun. I don't know how long it's going to be until I do another of these challenge runs. I will stream Pokemon Scarlet when it comes out, but I don't know what kind of run I'll be doing. If you haven't already, feel free to type exclamation mark Discord in the chat. Feel free to join the Discord. I'll probably talk about some stuff on there beforehand. I'll see if there's anyone to raid, but I don't think there is. Oh, there is. Hey. We're gonna raid a buddy of mine, Vinny Bag of Chips. It's a fun guy. He does a lot of racing. A lot of racing content on his channel because he's big into cars. And, you know, he's just a chill guy, got some good emotes. So yeah, if you're sticking around for the raid, hope you'll... Oh, I almost wrote Vinny Bag of Chops. If you're sticking around for the raid, then have fun, and I'll see y'all later.